actually look a lot better with the light over there. Shit. I think really any of them are bad. I'm pretty sure that. Hey, Becca, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going? Asking people about rumors. Something. Hey, Clone Trooper, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing tonight? Yo, what you up to, man? Six plus three.
Stuff.
Gilded Horizon. Stuff. Not just stuff, I'm sure. Things also. I hope things are. I hope your stuff is going well. Straight. Fruit bats, welcome.
Hi.
How you doing tonight? 13 whole gold. I feel like that's not a great.
I'm good.
Good. Glad to hear it. Whole gold. Doubt it. Selling crappy stuff for cheap. Hair Bear. Greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud?
Who is the lady?
Like in the store there? Whoever, whatever shopkeeper. Unless you're seeing a ghost on my camera. Again. Who am I?
The shop lady.
Oh, oh. Do not mind. I shall pay no mind. Oh, see. That is Claudette Perry.
I'm just watching totally.
Just watch. I'm sure. Better be going. Saying ain't an interactive experience. Well, I guess it kind of is. But not that kind of interactive. As far as
What are you talking about? I am interacting physically, lol.
Are you interacting physically? I mean, I guess you are.
To a fighting chance. I'm Rosan, proprietor.
Typing and whatnot.
The best sores in the city.
I'm just talking. Is talking considered physical? I wouldn't think so. Verbal, I guess.
Interest you in some of my wares?
I don't know, man. I just work.
I think so.
I'm
Really?
not just typing. I'm doing my job as your manager.
Oh, who are you now? Elsie, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going? James, greetings and welcome back to the stream. How you doing, bud? I hope you had a fantastic day. All of you, in fact. Am I too quiet, by the way? I've got my mic a little bit further away. I feel like I'm quiet. Screamed no. I'm sniffing my... that's gross.
How are you?
Fabulous thing. No,
Is kind of quiet.
is quiet. Okay. War Wolf, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going tonight? Lord Farquaad, greetings and welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight, bud? Skerrick the Fairy. Skerricka the Fairy, pardon me. How you doing tonight? Oh, you better be careful. Lord Farquaad's in here, too. He might try to, like, send you on...
Storming over here. How's Cyrodiil treating you?
So far, so good. I just started up, so I'm about to pick back up on the stupid fish quest.
Many of you will send gifts, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Hell yeah. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to receive, Lord Farquaad. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Just pin a message.
Yeah, I saw. Thank you. Star Wars Kid, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Here, fishy, fishy, fish, 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 fish. Where are you?
I don't know what you're talking about, lol.
Neither do I. 90% of the time. Chihiro. Damn, I'm getting all kinds of popular characters. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, Chihiro. Or should I say Sen? Elusive Soul, greetings and welcome.
I request the 500 first to handle an ogre for me.
Oh, there you go, clone.
It's time
You're
for
up.
something.
Is it the final countdown? Damn. See that fish doing parkour? Or breakdancing, one of the two.
That's the time.
That's the time. It's time for a cup of liberty. So it's shitstorming over there. James, hope you guys aren't getting too bad a wind or anything. Stupid.
I want to be a super mod on your stream Elements.
What extra stuff does it make? I thought Supermod was basically just for the owner. Dragon Warrior, greetings. And welcome to the stream.
So those own a super mod and mod.
So, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know much about Elements and Twitch. Just kind of set it up and then haven't touched it since. That's why I still have like all those
So if I get super
pet
mod,
emotes.
I just have more settings and more access to your Steam elements to help.
Oh, I gotcha. I can look into it. Damn it, where are fishes? Need the remoras.
And that comes with more commands as well.
Your wish is my command. But no. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna go do this real quick. Just real quick. We're gonna go take ourselves a castle. This one. Wee, 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 wee. I'm majestic. I'm a graceful deer, loping through the forest. Oh, there's my body. Come here, dear. His name is Buck, and he likes to do illicit things.
I have 660 points.
Ooh, you're almost 6 away from being the devil himself. Or summit.
I'm in the 19th place.
Sparhawk, reading.
Water deep enough towards Bruma, I think you'll find the giant slaughterfish.
Oh, isn't that the one you got to go down the tunnel for, too? Like, as an underwater secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the water. Secret tunnel. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. I went too far.
The one who is in first place is Tangebot with 21,330 points.
Which is dumb, because Tangiabot doesn't even do
It's a
anything.
mission on some quest line, I think, but yeah, the cave.
Ah, I gotcha. I always find it by accident. I've never actually found it as part of that quest. Here, Marauder. I'll take this und this. Das ist gut, ja? What in oblivion is that? You'll do what now? I missed that.
On media request.
Oh, I don't even remember how to set that up.
To bed, I have work tomorrow.
Aw, alright. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by, Fruit Bats. I hope you have a good one, man. And good luck at work tomorrow. Ian, greetings. Welcome. Is enabled. Did you do SR play? Try that. Lord Kelvin. Yes, I know I'm over encumbered. Oh shit! You know what? How do I do? Hang on, I gotta do something for it. Can't remember what. There's something. uh, song request. There.
I believe you have to give it access to change the videos.
Was that it? Sorry, I'm trying to figure it out. Oh no, that was added by me. Huh.
What's the title of the name?
It takes 90 seconds.
Conroe, Monster Cat Instinct. Hell yeah, James. Yeah, it says that was added by me, but I don't remember added that.
There's another one in queue.
There's 99 Luft balloons. That was also added by me. Try doing exclamation point SR and then try typing in whatever song that you were wanting to actually play.
I just found something that's a little bit overpowered.
Oh yeah?
I can prevent a viewer from getting timed out for 60 seconds.
Really? Seems kind of counterintuitive to prevent them from being timed out. Corey, greetings and welcome to the stream. And James, thank you for the likes, man. Thou hast paused my music.
It worked.
Lazen Snake, greetings and welcome. Over the years, something. Hey. My only hope is that I've got this set on.
Reserve your music back. I just wanted to test something low.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, feel free to add songs to the queue. Oh, really? Okay. I just hope I have it playing on the right channel so I don't get strikes on Twitch. I can't remember where the secret passage is. Guess it's a good secret passage. Oh no.
New game one go.
Oh, that sucks. I hope you didn't get too far in it before you had to restart there.
LVL 38 and all main stats over 105.
Oh no. Rocco Bianca, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? Blah, blah, blah. Something I had worked and cover up the doorway. Sounds familiar. Oh, maybe not. My only demands for music requests, no rap, no country. Other than that, I suppose, James, you didn't have an earlier save? Or, like, multiple saves? Rocco Bianca, how are you doing tonight? Anything fun and exciting going on for you? It's a big scurry bird. Remember where that thing is. Oh, hell yeah. Basement, there we go. That'll eventually take me to the right place. I'm gonna kick this shit up, clone. Ryan Lawyer, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going?
It finally works.
Yay! okay, I can't do with the jittering walls and stuff. It's too much. Too much, I say. Drew, greetings and welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? That's all I got in me. Oh, hey there. Damn it.
I hope you enjoyed this song.
I think I've heard it before. Let's see. One-handed. Oh, that isn't one-handed. Hate encumbrance. Oh, that's all right. That would be nice. I don't know how to do that, honestly.
Because we know you, sometimes you can't turn down the volume.
I mean, this is also true. There are too many volume settings. That is hardly my fault. I don't know how to do that. Oh, you can. It's just exclamation point volume. Ugh, this one. Gross. Ryan, greetings and welcome. Indeed. She's for no one. There we go. In time to get a Varla stone, which weighs fucking pound. Moonbear, greetings, welcome. I love tacos. The song, not so much. But that's okay. Doesn't bother me over much. Did you... Oh, he's just unconscious. That scared me for a second. I'm like, I didn't think he could die. Oh my gosh. Alright. Crypt note.
It's almost time for something this song will remind you what it is.
Oh, will it? N7 Land Easy, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Ah, hell yeah. See that one. Like there's always one more secret in this castle that I always forget about. Can't remember what it is. Anderson, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh, that's funny. We both tried to set the volume at the same time. Oh, hey, I'm dumb. I did song request instead of volume control. I am smart. Why do I have a sprite surrounding me? There we go. Thank you. Much obliged. Volume control is not my strong suit. Or is, streaming or anything technical. And yet here I am. Testing, testing. This is me speaking at my normal volume. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Can you hear me not so well? Testing, testicle testing.
I did it, yay.
Yay! Gavin the Giraffe, greetings and welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing?
So even if you did the command correctly, you have to use numbers.
Gotcha. See that. Dude, I'm so glad I have a second monitor now so I can actually see chat and like my settings and stuff. Makes life significantly easier. That one made a difference. I could actually hear the change that time. Guess I need a compare and contrast kind of deal.
Yes.
Have a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Ba-ba-ba-doo.
Star Wars music is so loud, law.
It is, yes. For a good cause. For the Emperor.
But we can hear you perfectly fine.
Fabulous. Thank you. I appreciate your troubleshooting. Prowess. Wow. 3 gold was a good bit of gold. Hell yeah.
Now there's a difference. The text-to-speech thing is louder than you all.
That one is on Tickfinity. So I'll have to bug around with that. Just a speech settings. Okay.
How about this? I be your volume guide to law.
Right. Oh, you skip. Oh, we both skipped. That's all right. Sorry, I got too anxious. Ooh, I know which one I want. Okay. Now the volume for TTS should be significantly lower.
The music volume is lovely now.
Fabulous. Agreed. TTS sounds good to me. How about you? What?
It's like it's not too quiet and it's not too loud.
Indeed. This your song? All right, here we go. Fog Beacon Asco. Interesting. Hey, Nissy for Reels. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. I know. Oh, good. I'm glad you like Aurora. I love Aurora. my goodness, those are expensive. Need to get you a switchboard. You Mithril Leonin, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Ozzy, welcome. Are you a ghost? Oh, hey, Oni, welcome to the stream. I didn't even see you join. How's it going? What place to go? Oh, take me home again. Alone, got no other place to go. Anymore. Running. Dust, greetings, welcome. You're a master controller. Dr. X dropping. Greetings and welcome. How you doing, bud? Got no other place to go. Take me home. Ooh, I know one. Oh no, what's it called? Hey, Carl, welcome. How you doing tonight, bud? Carl, that kills people. Ooh, they got illegal substances in this container. Not just pot, but it's covered. Wonder what it's covered in. Got that laced shit. Me. So the song that's going to play next, Clone, you might actually like him. He's I believe he's from Iceland, but you should look him up once he starts playing and look up some of his backstory. He's awesome, though. Yes. Oh, me. All right. So, James, you said head towards Bruma, or did you say Breville? I'm going to assume Breville since that's. Oh, no, that was for the big fish. Never mind. Ignore me. Yok aklıma. Michael, greetings and welcome.
So on my side, I just filtered the commands to show the moderator commands.
Good. Leave me, I'll always love that so. Dun, 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 dun. About me. Tyler Gaming, greetings. Welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? Smith, I'll never forget. Because even though I didn't know you yet, we were born together, fun and forever, and now we'll never.
Fish was Bravo, but part of a quest line I believe in lieu of extrication quest in Bravo Lake.
Ah, okay. I'll always be there, so you can tell me anything and I'll listen. Uh-huh. Never let you go. I don't know, actually. Like, stream elements? So you can tell me anything and I'll listen. I might even know what to say. Hey, baby, we to know. Nothing believe me. Looks like it's just the it's just same thing as using the points. That's weird. Need to delete that. Yeah, it's literally the same exact thing. Dabs, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Laginator. There we go. Ew. Prismatic greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Now, which prismatic, I wonder? Prismatic shield generator? Prismatic orb? Some other prismatic thing? Nickel.
Is it supposed to make a sound or something?
Which part? Ah, there we go. I think so. I don't know. I thought that got turned off. Since again, it's really just the same exact thing as using the little points button. Stream store? Yeah. Go ahead, just so people don't feel like they're wasting points or something. Oh. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, dude, guy's dead. Oh, it didn't even do the, Huh. Didn't do the sound effect. Huh. It just doesn't do anything interesting, I guess.
Can you do something if you're not super busy?
What's that? Oh, it stopped. Oh, it redid it. Damn it. Oh.
Put this command in and at the end put in my username and give me like 10,000 points or something.
Now, you're trying to cheat over here. Now, experimenting never brought anything good. Did it give that to you? There you go. Yay. Don't abuse it. Don't spend it all in one place. Spend it all in two places. Okay. I thought it was gonna like link to my Throne account or any of my random other buy me shit stuff. When you did the store thing. Apparently not. No, it's on my actual Twitch profile page. It's got the link for that. I don't think I've even looked at that since I set up Twitch. Porphyric hemophilia, which is an actual legitimate disease too. Oh shit. I don't have any more drink. Hang on. I'll be back. Oh, you'll like this song. What? The hell is this song? I don't think this song. Peyton, greetings and welcome. Rude.
I could be wrong.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't think that did it. Just wanted to remove that. That's not the one I wanted. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I have the actual alert itself, like, displayed. I think that's the problem. Oh, I gotcha. No skipping. Okay. Enjoy your drink. But wait for this. Here's the drop. Okay, now you're good. I love Knower. Oh, what the shit? Invisible walls, really? Yes. 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 What is... That is not the song that I wanted, but oh well. Why can't I get to this? Why is there an invisible wall? I hate it so much. Seriously? Fucking invisible walls in the game. How many of these stupid scales do I need? This is getting old. 12. I'm halfway there. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do the main quest for now. Don't mind Marvin Gaye, but that's not the song I want. I am not a superhero. Ovan, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? God, I gotta look at my YouTube and get some more ideas here. I'm in the mood now. For me to say to improve me, this is not a fucking movie. I am not a superhero. Where is it? I know, I'm trying to find more songs and I can't think of any now. Hang on. It's Tester. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Woo? What's this? Brian, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going? So it's Tester. What you up to today, bud? Get good, you filthy casual.
Been playing Cyberpunk, finally beat it.
Hell yeah. Well, what playthrough did you do? I forget if I've asked before. I apologize if I did. Oh yeah. What'd you use for
You suffer from a lack of a father figure? Do you have clinical depression? Have you ever accidentally broken your mom's favorite coffee cup, and when she found out you did it, she tied you to a bed and spanked you with a metal spatula?
hate it when that happens?
Any of these things, I don't care. And to keep it a bean, no one cares.
Johnny Cash. Turn it up. Anyway, I was going to ask, what build did you do? Like Cyber Runner, just run and gun, sword, master, whatever it's called. Hell yeah. I always like doing the sword. Eo perro tierno. Greetings, welcome to the stream. You like Tamaguchi? Huh. So that's weird. I noticed it plays the animation on my TikTok stream, but not on the Twitch stream, which is ironic considering it's Twitch that's being used. Feo pero tierno. Greetings again. Feo, not Pharaoh. Did I say Pharaoh? Feo pero tierno. That makes sense. I probably just haven't added that alert to it again. I wanna make some noise. I wanna make some noise. Oh, 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 oh. I wanna make some noise. I wanna make some noise. Oh, 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 oh. Yoo-hoo! Big summer blowout. Sea trooper. Didn't even do the yoo-hoo sound. Turn it, turn it, turn it, turn it, turn it up. Oh. Turn it up. Oh. Yeah. Lame. I'm doing heavy claymore. Like my town, with a little drop of poison. Body knows. No, insane. Alone. to the filter. Ooh. Forgot the ratio was off now that I drank the first cup. Left in the fall, that's her picture on the wall. Always be that little drop of poison. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Definitely better on what? Oh, yeah. At least on Skyrim, you had that one sword you could get in, not Valheim, against Solstheim. It, like, shot a wave when you used power attack. That one was cool. I like his eyeliner. It looks fabulous. Right? Yeah, on the actual, like, points thing on Twitch, I've got a lot more. Well, maybe not a lot, but I've got a couple more. I don't know. Right? Took a little bit. Little drop of poison. Mark, greetings. What? That is not anywhere near what I just requested. Damn it. Sorry, hang on one sec. It's gonna kill me if I can't think of what the group is. Let's do that. That sounds better. There we go. In candlelight. Hello. Her father's wine, sheltered in darkness, cold earth around us. That's when the Union came, in veils of stormy rain. She talked about her pa, how she watched him in awe. Oroshima, greetings. Welcome to the stream. Another Lord Farquaad. How's it going? Nightfall. Wonderful. That tall guy. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Is it still? It's not still showing I'm in Crimson Desert, is it? No, it is not. Yeah, I don't know. Which area are you trying to get to? I just fast travel up to the abyss and then skydive. Right on. I was panicking because I'm like, well, shit, that was like 3 days ago. What? How you doing today, bud? And shudder. Afraid to touch her. Dear God, I felt her head rest tired upon me, just breathing softly. Outside the city burned. Lord, it was hell on earth. And darkness swept aside that breathless candlelight. Hey, Haunted Games House, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? I started singing. Yeah, I agree with you there. Hey, thank you for the heart me. And soldiers, they will go. Oh, not a lot. Just chilling, playing some Oblivion, messing with song requests on Purple app. Left and the cavalry in Paris far from home. A life as sweet as candies I will never live to know. But, that being said, I do dislike having to do the Oblivion gates over and over again. Hey, thank you for the Go Populars, man. Much obliged. Communities they will burn, and families will turn. Save I maxed out, right? Nice. I gotcha. Oh, good. At least 30 minutes overtime isn't bad. I'm used to fucking... At my work, if you get overtime, you get mandated, as in forced to, whether you want to or not, for 4 hours at a time. Shit sucks. Glad I don't have to do that anymore. Perhaps. Hello. Really? The same. I need a perk. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. Know how I know Hiroshima, welcome back. I mean, at this rate, man, you might as well just hang out. Adam, greetings and welcome. I'm glad the auto or the AI on that really knows what I mean most of the time, because song request is kind of tricky to use if you don't know the exact title. You should play a documentary. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've played much aside from just like the guild lines. Good day, sir. I said good day. I don't know. I need to start investigating a little bit more. I really did like the Shivering Isles quest lines. From where do I hail? From the sky, of course. Dark Brotherhood was a lot better in this game, I feel like. Oathless, greetings and welcome. How do you do, sir? Agreed. Damn, yeah, I didn't even see him join. Good job. Much obliged. Promotion! A bird. A dove. Peyton, welcome back. I see. Nice. Hell yeah, much obliged. Oathless, welcome back. Greetings. Not a lot, just chilling, fucking around with song request on Purple App, playing some Oblivion. What you up to today, bud? Hope you're not quite as tired as yesterday. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't need to buy followers. I need to buy viewers. Like active viewers. Yeah, sure. True. Oh yeah, no, I would, dude. I won't even waste money on games. I wouldn't waste money on that. And I actually like games. W. Clooney. So, Liz, what have you been doing today? Working? Like work? Or just on your own stuff work? Oh. Ooh, gotcha. Lame. I hope it's going well for you at least. David Attenborough. The man, the myth, the legend. I always like the ocean documentaries. Those were my favorite. Those in the like rainforest. Yatoa or Yatoa, greetings. Welcome to the stream. You got this. This does not look like fresh water. Bloodhound. Hey, welcome back. Greetings. What you up to today, bud? Thunder Lewis. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How do you do, sir? Yeah, I agreed. Thank you. The hell? Oh, this is not what I... Oh, this is yours. I was like, what the fuck? This is not my song. Oh, you're okay. You could have... I'm sorry. You could have played that. True, but I would definitely rather have Sprint than not. Oh, really? Oh, I fucked up. A rich man Yibba-dibba-dibba-dibba-dibba-dibba-dum. All day long I'd biddy-biddy-bum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't. Ew. Gotcha, gotcha. Rich. Diddle, 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 man. I would. Boom, 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 boom. No, 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 do, 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 do. Nowhere just for show. I'm weird. Sorry, Alex. I like songs like this. I'll say here lives a wealthy man.
Ladies and gentlemen will be watching or at least listening to a documentary
A rich man. Yabba dibba 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 dum. All day long I'd biddy biddy bum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work hard. Yabba dibba 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 dum. If I were very, very rich, idle, 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 diddle man. Hoot, greetings and welcome. Wife. Double chin. Thunder, thank you for the share, bud. Appreciate it. And, yeah, Aaliyah, I can't tell if they're a bot or if they're just bored with me, but they'll join every once in a while for a couple minutes and just leave. They followed, so I don't know. Alright, that's enough of that. Yes. Oh, that hurt. Colton, greetings. Welcome to the stream.
I can customize your moderation settings on your Twitch.
Really? Do what? Yee. It's Zaddy. Yay, sea turtles! Fuck, I hate the sewers. Yonderolin, greetings, welcome. How you doing? Yes. Depends on my mood. Usually a lot of swearing. But never anything racist or super bad. Chris and Spoonbill, greetings. Welcome to the stream. Bastard. Bastard. Ooh, I did it. Hell yeah. Alright. Spoonbill, hey, thank you for the likes, man. Lady, did you know you had a goblin in here? A lot of laying. Kuro, welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? Hey, thank you for the heart me again, Haunted Games. Much obliged. Oh shit, and a paper crane. Thank you. And Oathless, thank you for the heart me too. Grazie. Oh, and the finger heart. Damn, thank you guys. Much obliged. You're beautiful. Predator swapping. The only swapping I've heard of. Well, never mind. Y'all know. Tell me about some carrying on the species. I'll help you carry on the species, if you know what I mean. Hold, please. It's all right. No David Attenborough, but it's all right. Hey, thank you very much for all of the Go Populars and gifts, guys. I appreciate you very much. Nope. I saw a post the other day. Hammerhead sharks used to be the coolest fucking thing ever. But then nowadays you don't hear anything about them. What's up with that? But why? Gushies, greetings and welcome. How you doing tonight, bud? That's not where I wanted to go. Oh. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. Welcome back, clone. Thank you guys for 2K likes. I appreciate it. I mean, Switch, you know, whatever. Wait, do I have to actually open each fucking book? Chris, welcome back. How's it going, bud? Green Emperor away. Eh. Not yet. Umami? Umami Island? Umami? I don't know. So, what have you guys done today? Anything fun and exciting, or just the usual? Oh, all right, clone. I hope you have a great one. Look forward to seeing you again soon, bud. I appreciate all your help. Same. Work. Tatiana, привет, товарищ. McPherson, greetings, welcome. Yeah, 3-inch artist. It sounds familiar. Aw. Anybody else aside from work and overtime or any other events? I guess I got a couple stories I could share too, if y'all are interested in non-exciting prison stories. All right. Now I will lead with they're not like exciting or anything like that, just kind of entertaining to me, or interesting at the least. So I got this new guy on my caseload, and for anybody that doesn't know, I'm a case manager at a prison, meaning I basically I deal with the inmates' issues as far as like their concerns, their release plans, whatever classes or programs they have to take, that kind of thing. I also have full access to all the files. So, a while ago, I got a new guy on my caseload, and after a couple days, he had placed an order with Canteen within the prison, which basically is their online shopping, more or less. And he just ordered like a charger for his MP3 player and like a case for it. So nothing cool. Well, he got the case in, and then they got the box for the charger, but it was empty. So he submitted a claim for it. Was complaining about, well, they fucked me over. I only got a charger, or I didn't get the charger, just the box. That's bullshit. That kind of stuff. Which yeah, fair. I get it. But then he just continuously, like every day, comes back and starts like whining about it over and over again. And mind you, again, I'm a case manager. I can't do anything about his orders. Like I can send a couple emails and that's it. So, I'd already been clear with him. Hey, okay, yeah, I can send an email to this person and let them know what's going on and try to get it back for you. So we went through all that, and he just keeps coming back, and he's just angrily complaining, subtly threatening, like, man, people did this at this other big camp in your state. That they stabbed somebody up for it, and subtle threats like that. And then just, and mind you, this dude's like real twiggy, skinny, geeky looking ginger dude. Not buff at all, like just frail and flimsy looking. So I ended up looking up his file while I was, dealing with him, because again, nothing I can do really to help him aside from just say, yeah, I sent the emails. What more do you want, man? I can't help you. So, as he's, yelling and screaming, and I'm not mad at you, but this situation fucking sucks, and all that kind of stuff. And so it got significantly harder to take him seriously while he's yelling and threatening and all that as I'm reading over his file, which part one of the file is, sick, gross, this dude's a piece of shit, or, what his crime is. But then the second part of his file was he was reported for, see, the safest way I can explain this, I don't think there is a safe way. So his original charge was indecent liberties with a child less than 14. Two of them, in fact, his twin cousins. But his reasoning was he was teaching them about, we'll say adulthood and doing things. And so to show them how to properly perform with a woman, he supposedly took their dog and just went to town on it a couple times. So, just, as a way to show, this is how you do it with a woman. This is, the thing that you go into and, just did it repeatedly. So, got this twiggy little redhead dude in front of me screaming because of, fuck this place and you guys are trying to steal from me. And I'm reading that he's fucking dogs. And I'm just sitting there. Well, I'm sorry, man. I wish I could do more for you. Trying to keep a straight face the whole time. Fun stuff. So there's one for you. Jacob and Trial, greetings. Sorry, you guys probably already left, but welcome to the stream. This church is great. Trying to think of some other interesting ones. User, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? So yeah, there's Furry, and then there's that guy. Don't be that guy. Again, most of my stories aren't exciting, like classic prison stories, but they're at least bizarre and what the fuck inducing. Let's see. Is anybody still here? I'm not going to keep telling stories if nobody's here. Kind of a waste. Okay. Sorry, just making sure. My TikTok stream thing says there's 0, so I wasn't sure. Sophia, greetings and welcome to the stream. So there's another guy just released recently, and so the biggest part of my job is helping them set up for release, like find a place to live, figure out how to be successful and not come back, that kind of stuff. And again, he was another Jomo, but he'd been in for 20 years. Like went in right when he was like 17 or 18, so he was, still really about my age, maybe a little bit older. But so we were calling around because he was trying to release back to his hometown. But if you release, he didn't have anybody to release to. Like, he didn't have an address. And to release somewhere specific, you have to have an address to go to specific. Otherwise, you can release homeless, but you can only go back to the county you were originally convicted in. So, in other words, the county he was convicted in was not his hometown, and he didn't know anything about that place. So we were trying to find different places for him to live in his hometown. And we found 2 different apartments that would accept him because of his charge. And So one of the two places we'd called, they were all right. They didn't sound too bad. And cool, whatever. We'll still check out the second one just for safety. So we called this other one, and they did the housing interview with him and all that. And just right from the get go, me and the parole officer were just getting these really weird vibes from the guy, the landlord, and and he just started making weird offhand comments, like just out of nowhere, like, well, and just make sure before you get down here, you better cut that hair of yours. Like random, out of nowhere, no prompting, no context. And the guy I was working with did have like shoulder length hair, so we both kind of looked at each other like, what the fuck? And I don't know, this dude was just throwing off real, like, in the woods, no one can hear you scream, and I got 20 pigs, starving pigs out back that'd be happy for a meal. Those kind of vibes. So I ended up talking to the parole officer after the meeting, and the guy left, and I'm like, yeah, were you getting some weird gut feelings about this dude? And he's like, yeah, let's not do this release plan. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. Hey, Jeremy, welcome to the stream, and Avto Best readings. Just telling some entertaining prison stories. Well, depending on your definition of entertaining. What am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to be doing something?
Came in halfway through that story.
There wasn't a whole lot to that story. It was just helping some guy set up a release plan, and one of the two places we'd called, an apartment complex, the landlord was super sketchy sounding and sounded like the real backwoods, down home country boy. Like they're gonna take him out back and take care of business, that kind of thing. Like he was just making all kinds of weird. Oh shit! I just smacked half of my stuff. Weird offhanded comments, and I don't know. One of those times where you definitely go with your gut feeling and be like, yeah, we're not gonna approve this release plan. We're gonna look for something else for you. Ryan Hendrickson, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Am I supposed to be doing something? Oh, slay the sacrifice. I'm trying to think of some more. I've got tons of interesting, just weird, bizarre stuff like that. I can't think of any of them. Got another guy that his primary release plan he'd set up was to go to his sister's house in one of the bigger towns here, and just everything was going good. He's been working towards his release plan and all that, no issues. And then we submitted his release plan the other day to get everything approved by parole, and then one of the parole officers messages me, and they're like, "Hey, I've got this other person that's releasing to that address too." Super Nintendo greetings, welcome to the stream. Just telling some prison stories. And so I replied, I'm like, "Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay, tell me about it." And so the person has the same last name as the sister, so he's her husband. Okay, that's cool. So husband's releasing to her, and my guy, his brother, or her brother, is releasing to that lady. Okay, whatever. But then the husband, who's releasing from another facility, same time almost, he just decided to disclose that, oh, by the way, my wife is in an open relationship with this guy, my guy, just so you guys know. So now we're all backpedaling. We're like, whoa, wait a minute now. So you're saying they're not well, hopefully not brother sister, although I wouldn't be surprised. So we're going to have a surprise meeting for him on Friday here and interview both of them to see, what the whole situation is. Because the issue wouldn't be necessarily that, hey, they're going to both released at the same place. It's the fact that he's lying about, important information for the release plan. That one's less interesting, but still. Oh. Oh, he's got all my stuff. There we go. No. And Jeremy, I'm afraid you came just after the dog fucker story, which is most unfortunate for you, I think. Trying to think of some other better stories. So back when I was still an officer, my very first forced cell move or cell extraction, usually basically when people gear up in the riot gear and then line up on a cell and like charge in to try to subdue the person. The dude was placed on a crisis level, basically suicide watch, and he was refusing to give up his property, his just his stuff he had in his cell, because it can be used to kill yourself. But so we had to end up lining up on him and go in on him, and before they, used to be a corrections officer. Now I'm a corrections counselor, so a case manager. So we're lining up on this room to go in, and before you do that, they send in a negotiator to basically ask him, "Hey, will you give up?" No, okay. Negotiation failed, and then they sent us in. So they did all that, and then right as we're about to open up the door and run in on this guy, he just pulls out a pencil out of nowhere, just like regular pencil, screams at us, "Fuck you guys, I ain't giving up shit." And then takes the pencil and starts stabbing the shit out of his arm. And he was already in an observation unit, so they've got all like see-through windows and doors and shit. And so blood's just spurting all over the door and window. And I'm still a rookie at this point. Like I'm just a couple months in, brand new. And I'm just kind of standing there like, that's new. Then as soon as we opened up the door, he's like, "All right, I give up." And held out his hands to be cuffed up. Yeah, corrections, just like EMS, hospital, military, police, you end up getting a really dark sense of humor and have to find humor in the worst stuff really fast. Crimson, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Thankfully, that was actually relatively, I don't know how, but that was easy enough to find humor in somehow. But like, it didn't make me scared or sick or anything. It was definitely wild though. Like I'd never seen blood spurting like that in that kind of way. So interesting stuff. Ooh, another fun story from my rookie days. So my first year, within the first year of working there, I started in December, so it was like probably May or June at this point. Super hot inside the cell run, which is the housing area. And one of the biggest drugs they use in prison is called K2, which is synthetic marijuana. It used to be, you could buy it in gas stations, but now it's a totally different animal. And it's very commonly laced with stuff like fentanyl or, other drugs, different things like that. And this one year, they got a really bad batch in the prison. Because and by the way, they say drugs are easier to get in prison than out. Like, as in, you can find them while you're inside easier than you can on the streets. Anyway, so they had a really bad batch of stuff that got in, and people were doing what they call falling out, which basically pass out. You could very easily die, having seizures, puking everywhere, and legitimately your body's trying to shut down. And they were just doing it back, like left and right, back and forth. It was awful. But the first one happened on my unit that I was watching as an officer. And I happened to be doing my cell checks at the time, like right after somebody had done it, and they had started to fall down and pass out and all that stuff. And so I called the emergency response code. And so when you see somebody unresponsive in the room, you have to call for backup before you go in, because for all you know, they could be, they could be faking. They could be there just to jump you and get something over on you. So I wait till backup comes, and then as soon as a couple other staff members get there, I open up the door and I go to be the first one in. Well, with stuff like that, when they fall out, they end up puking a lot. And it was also hamburger day for lunch. So I take one step in the cell, and then the smell hits me. And then at the same time, I also see on the floor, there's like literally 2 inches of puke just flooded in the entire floor. Like flooded. And just all at once, I'm like, and I fucking step back, and the other officers go in right away because they've dealt with it before. They know what it's like. It was awful. And so I get off work that day, and I'm driving home, and my wife calls, and we're just kind of talking back and forth just a little bit. I haven't told her anything about this yet. And I said, "Hey, so what's going to be for dinner tonight?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I made hamburger helper for dinner." Oh fuck no! Can we have something else, please? Yeah, that smell is awful. Just so you know, they lived. By the way, they were actually like dead when we pulled them out, but we were able to resuscitate them. Just saying. Oh. Although, the biggest thing about that whole situation that pisses me off, like, it's not the drug use. I mean, I get it. You're stuck in prison. You want to find an escape. I understand. But as soon as the other inmates in the area see that happening, like, see the guys falling out, about to die, the first thing everybody says, "Oh man, let me get some of that." And they were all saying that when we were pulling out these guys dead out of the cell before, reviving them. And oh my gosh, that pissed me off so much. I hated that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot like it can be like bath salts. Like, that's the one that'll turn you into basically a zombie. Eat people's family dog and people's faces and shit. But yeah, it's not what it used to be. Bitch. It's just like a really shitty, like, fake. But it's an escape, and that's all they want. Which, again, I mean, to a point, I get it. It's sad, but I get it. But when you actively just see somebody dying and you're like, "Oh man, I want some of what he had," and you're not saying it ironically. Uh, there, off of my soap opera or soapbox for that. another good, well, I guess not really good, but interesting short story. Um, so both when I was an officer and even now as a case manager, the inmates I always I treat them like fucking humans. I treat them like a decent person. And I don't judge them. I hear them out whenever they're having issues and all that. And I spend my time and effort on them or with them, so they all respect me. But when I was still an officer, I had um, I was just kind of hanging out in one of the hallways during one of the mass movement times when they're just kind of walking back and forth to do whatever, and had a couple guys that were just standing around talking to me, and then one of these newer guys who I'd known from a while back, but then he left and had just now come back. He just kind of randomly came up to me and made some like joking comment about, "Oh man, I'll fuck you up," kind of thing. And like three of the couple guys that were standing around me, like really not ran, but really quickly got in front of me, and they're like, "Hey man, you better not fuck with my name, man. We'll fuck you up, man." And like they got super fucking defensive for me. I was like, whoa, it's okay, guys. I appreciate it. It's all right. I know this guy. And then I'm like, on the inside, I'm like, oh, I feel so special. They actually care about me. Hi, Pumpkin. Sorry, hang on one second. Come on. Get over here. Get over here. All right. Yeah. You still up? Sorry about that. I don't know. Do you have any interesting stories? I mean, when you became a priest, usually that's when people take up the dark arts. Safe, are you still here? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like entertaining or, obviously you just heard my stories. They're not super entertaining or cool, but just interesting. Stuff you thought was interesting, From work, just life. What you got? You ever did time or spent time in a prison? You got any cool stories? That kind of stuff. Hi. Night, night, Pumpkin. Run over here right when I blew up. Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Glad for you. Yes, honey. Hello. Hi. High five. Yeah. Really? Honestly, a lot of times I've heard juvie is worse. Because you're getting a lot of kids right when they're hitting peak hormone levels, and a lot of evil shit happens. I almost went when I was a kid.
That's what I hear too. It was on a small
Gotcha. Shit, small ones can be even worse too. But hopefully everything was at least safe for you.
YFSI have an answer for this that I can't figure out how to spell around the filter.
Can I send you a quick DM?
Yeah, of course, always. I'm ready and waiting. Jeez, okay. Is there a story for that, I hope? Oh, Jeremy, I think it filtered your first statement.
Yes, ha ha ha, there's a story.
Feel free to share if you feel comfortable. If not, that's okay.
I was also young, and they were laxatives.
Okay, so not that kind of. Gotcha. I guess still technically yes, that is what it is, but at least not flories. As in, why do they call them roofies if you end up on the floor? They should call them flories.
Laugh cry, laugh cry.
The hell? It actually said it? That's weird. Why did it say it for you? Huh. So do tell, Oathless. And then, Jeremy, you might need to repost whatever that first statement was, because all I got was it was on a small reservation, and then there were 2 officers.
I actually spit at him. Didn't even touch him.
Well, maybe shit. The one.
The cop.
Oh, I gotcha. If your original statement had explained why, that did not come through. Unless that was all you said.
I was a kid. I was a little fucker. I was drinking.
Ah, gotcha. It'll post that. It'll let you say fucker, but it won't say whatever it is you said the first time. Yeah, I was kind of a shit when I was a kid, too. Well, no kind of about it. I was. So, my very short story was when I was a kid, I used to steal a lot from like stores and shit. I stole like brand new $60 games out of the case, and a whole bunch of cool stuff. I also stole a bunch of tech decks and would sell them at school and stuff like that. And out of all the cool stuff I stole when I was in high school, I decided one day me and my girlfriend are getting together tonight. I need to get some condoms, but I don't want to buy some. So I went to go pocket some. Couldn't decide, so I was standing there for too long and finally grabbed one and walked off to go take it. And, well, because I'd taken so long, I'd been suspicious and they stopped me at the door. So out of all the cool shit I'd taken, I got caught stealing like a $10 pack of condoms. I was more pissed. It was absolutely your fault because you told me I should get condoms. Yeah, that was an awkward conversation. Yeah. Used to steal $60, $70 things, and yeah, got caught for condoms. But yeah, I got home and I immediately said, "Hey, mom, just so you know, police might be coming here sometime soon. I was at Dylan's and I got caught doing this." She was more distraught the fact that was actively, well, active, if you know what I mean. It was all your fault. I mean, pretty much. But in any case, yeah, because we were a very kind of strict Christian household, so the fact that I was not only stealing but active, that was like horrible. And how could I? And then like right after I got done telling her that, the doorbell rang. I'm like, oh well, glad I said something now. They just they they made me do community service. I was very naughty back then. Ooh. Oh, good, because I'm gonna kill you. I mean, yep, I was kind of a badass when I was a kid. I'd say. I am fabulous. Thank you. How are you? Ooh, another short but kind of entertaining, funny story from work back when I was still an officer. Um, so I was working the segregation yard one day, basically where you put them in a giant dog run, more or less, when they're segregation inmates, um, like what they call the hole. Take them out for their hour of yard time for the day, and so I had taken this one guy out, and mind you, sorry, important part. When I started working there, it was right before the beginning of COVID, and then through the start of it, of course. Best dressed hobo, welcome to the stream. And So by this time, COVID was, starting to pick up, and they just started doing all the mask up and all those kind of policies. And so I was out there in the yard with with this one guy, and his yard time was done. So I told him, "All right, come over. We got to take you back in." And so you have to put on handcuffs when you escort him in and out of the cage. So I put on the handcuffs, and just like you're supposed to, they're not tight, but they're secure, like they're supposed to be. And as I open up the door, he starts moving forward, and his mask falls off because he was, required to wear a mask at this point. And I'm like, "Oh, hey man, don't worry about it. I got you. Just back up a little bit, and I'll grab it for you." And he looks at me. He's like, "Oh no, I got it, man. You're good." He fucking slips his hand out of the cuff, grabs the mask, puts it back on real quick, and slips his hand back into the cuff behind his back. And he's like, "All right, I'm ready." I just kind of stare at him. I'm like, "What the fuck?" That was fun. Again, the inmates liked me, so I didn't really have to worry about anybody trying anything. But so it was just funny. What? Oh yeah, that's tell that one next. Yes. Hello. Let's see. Last story I can think of, at least for now. So before I guess it was a little bit before I went to, so I was still an officer anyway at this point, and I was working at the minimum security side. So they're pretty much, we call them free range inmates because they can just kind of roam around, do their own thing, whatever. And we were closing down the building that we were currently in and moving people down to a different one that was better secure for, again, during COVID and all that. And so we were at the point where there's only probably like 30 or 40 inmates left in this building at all. And we were cleaning out our office, and we happened to find a giant box full of like 2-pack Oreo cookies. And so we'd all the officers had kind of taken a couple, and we were fine with that. And then I asked the supervisor, I'm like, "Hey, can I have a couple of these to give to an inmate? I got an idea. It'll be great." He's just like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." So there's this one inmate that we all knew that was just really funny. He had a great sense of humor. He was hilarious. So I get on the intercom system and I call him and say, "Hey, can you come down to the office?" So he comes down after a couple minutes, and he's standing at the window, and I'm talking to him through this window. I say, "All right, man, I got a deal for you. I'll give you 3 packs of these Oreos, but in exchange, I want you to go out the back door here and stand underneath this big street light, basically, that's right outside their weightlifting area. Just want you to stand there and look up at the light. And I want you to see how many people you can get to just look up at the light and stand there, just as a stupid prank." And he kind of looks at me for a second. He's like, "All right, man, I got you." So he goes outside and starts standing underneath this street light, and he's like, keeps doing this kind of thing, looking at the light. Sorry. And then eventually, 1 or 2 other inmates come over, and they're like, "Hey, man, what the fuck are you doing?" And he's like, "Did you see that up there? What is that?" So he's got 2 or 3 inmates standing around him, all standing up at the light, a group of them, just staring at the street light. And so we're already laughing a little bit inside the office. And then gradually a couple more inmates come out, and they see the group of people staring at the light, and they all come out, and they're like, "What are you guys doing?" And they all point up at there. "What the fuck is that?" And so they ended up having a group of like 20 guys, just big, tough inmates, standing underneath the streetlight, just staring up at it, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with this light. It's not doing anything. It's just a fucking streetlight. It's just doing its thing, lighting up. And they're all, 20, 30 guys just standing there trying to figure out what they're all looking at. And we're just, by this point, just dying in the office, just laughing so hard. And then finally, just out of nowhere, he just leaves them. And they're all still kind of standing out there trying to figure out what the fuck he was talking about. And he comes back in, just kind of chuckling to himself. And I'm like, all right, man, here you go. You earned these. Gave him like 4 or 5 packs of Oreos. It was great. That's the last story I can think of for now. Ooh. Yeah. It was great. So thankfully, we work at I work at the smallest prison in our state. So it's widely considered to be the safest and most laid back. You can just kind of chill and hang out, do your thing. There's really not any kind of big stuff that happens usually. So we can get away with a lot of shenanigans so long as it's nothing's bad, as compared to the big facilities where they get away with bad shit like officers do, and I hate that. But yeah, our facility is nice. Good shit though. Hey, welcome back, Haunted Games. Man, you just missed all of the good stories, bud. I'm sorry. How's it going? I was telling some prison stories. Hey, right on, Jeremy. I hope you have a great one. No worries, man. You got your own shit going on. I just appreciate you being here. How's work going for you? Or are you still at work? Oh, thank you. I think you're just fabulous, too. And not even in an ironic way. Oh, good. Okay, the gift of your presence is all that I need. But hey, thank you for the year awesomes. I appreciate it. Oh, shit, and the gamer level up. And finger hearts. I appreciate you, bud. Hail. Thought it was clear out. Thank you very much, though, bud. I do appreciate you. A TC King to you, too. Boo. Oh, hey, Gamer Tater. Thank you. I don't think I've seen that one. Oh, what was it supposed to do? What's taters, precious? What's taters, eh? Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Harambe didn't die, so you could keep saying sorry. Sorry, I am gay.
You mean contradict the perfect? I am perfect. Oh, damn. Hey. No worries. But hey, Oathless, thank you for the tater and the melon juice. Melons. I do like to taste me some melons. Thank you very much, both of you. I really do appreciate you guys. And as always, never feel obligated, please, to gift anything. Just glad to have people to talk to. Gifts are awesome too, though. Don't get me wrong. But melon juice sounds interesting. What the hell am I supposed to be doing? Oh, damn. And leafy mango pineapple. That sounds interesting. Leafy hopper and... Why isn't it showing? There we go. Friendship necklace and cool. Is that it? It just says cool. Well, thank you very much. What the hell am I supposed to be doing? Shadows can be recovered from fallen creatures. Lions are expensive, aren't they? I didn't even know you could buy those. Gotta be a couple $100,000, right? Oh, Modern Heretic. Fuck, I gotta read something? Nobody got time for reading. Oh, gotcha. I was joking and alluding to like a real lion. $249? Jeez. Dude, I would feel bad if somebody spent that much money on me. Like, I feel bad enough whenever I get galaxies. Oh, 249 points. Okay. And it's still expensive. Here's the book. It is clear out. It's not even hailing. Jeez. People need to learn how to read the weather. Oh. Found it. Yay, you leveled up, Oathless. All right. You guys have ever watched Dr. Horrible's sing-along vlog? Here's the song for you. Neil Patrick Harris for you. and Felicia Day. Heyo. Why am I going so slow? Anyone with half a brain can spend their whole lives howling in pain. To the darkness everywhere and doesn't seem to care, but soon the darkness is all that will remain. Listen close to everybody's heart and hear that breaking sound. You have skooma? I have coin, Jazero. Are you the skooma daddy of the South? This is from the movie Dr. Horrible's Sing-Along Blog with Neil Patrick Harris. Jazero, you want to meet me in Bruma, bud? I got some coins if you got the wares. Hell yeah. Bet. Oh, you're in the South, though? I can meet you at Breville. Or are you closer to Loyowin? Bruma? All right, it's on, bud. Oh. Silver. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure that I had a magic weapon, but I have the Blade of Woe. This is not the song that I told it to play. It's close. Oh, Jazero? Hell yeah, absolutely. That's what it's here for. Well, that was a good coincidence. So, Jazero, how was your day, bud? What you been up to? Aside from slinging that skoom. Hell yeah. Nice. Never did get too much into Metal Gear. Game-wise, been doing Crimson Desert, Helldivers, Oblivion, Graveyard Keeper. Pretty good variety. Other than that, work. That's about it. Taking care of kids. Nice. I'm waiting to level up enough for the fuck's sake. Can't think of what it's called. Sheogorath deal. Why can't I think of the name of it? Shivering Isles, thank you. Trying to think of any other good prison stories. Like I said, we're at the smallest prison in the state, so not a lot of excitement happens there, which is a good thing. I'm not complaining about that. But, I don't know. Give me a minute. I'll see if I can think of anything.
My brother-in-law works at the state prison, and it's crazy. He met so many famous rappers and gangsters.
Nice. Yeah, there's prison. You meet a lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting stories. That's for sure. The I guess most famous person I've met was he was one of the guys that used to be married to the Tiger King. That was right around the same time I found out like the Tiger King came out. Ah, I gotcha. Ooh. Analysts like that would be pretty rough. Having to look into the stuff in detail. What? Yes. Yep, I'm based in facility. Used to be an actual officer. Now I'm just case manager. Chuck. I don't think I watched Chuck before. Yeah, that makes a big difference, just being able to talk to people. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. Might have to check that out. Yeah, thankfully I'm all about respect and all that stuff, so I've never had any issues with somebody coming after me or anything like that. I've had a lot of inmates jump to defend me if they thought somebody was coming after me. Morgan Grimes. Hello, greetings, welcome. Right on, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a great one, man. I mean, honestly, I've had couple like that that have, yeah. I did have one occasion where I was, hey, thank you for the follow, man. I've been talking with a couple residents. Well, we have to call them residents now instead of inmates. But in any way, just kind of in the middle of the hallway. And, of course, he was gay, which, whatever. But, we finished our conversation, and as I started walking away, he intended for it to be heard just by the guy he was talking to. And mind you, this is when I still had hair. But I overhear him say, "Man, he's just like a really sexy Harry Potter." It took everything I had not to turn around and laugh. Oh, he was trying to do. But yeah, just interesting stuff like that, Mm-hmm. What, that you're a really sexy Harry Potter? Yeah, a little bit. But, yeah, just gotta respect people can have their own opinions, I guess. Or at least in my situation, I don't know about your friends, but... So, and he intended it to be heard just by the guy he was talking to, so I didn't want to make an issue out of it. Gandalf's Pinky. Greetings, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, trust me. We do as well. Like the staff to each other. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we know all the soft spots to hit. Let's see. Trying to think of anything else. Oh, hey, one of my brags I wish I never had. So working at the minimum facility, the inmates there can have what's called a private industry job, or basically a real civilian job. So they work off-site. But every time they leave the facility and come back, you have to perform a strip search on every single inmate, because you never know who's going to be bringing back something, hidden somewhere. So I never thought in my whole life that I would be able to say, as a straight person, I've seen more dicks in one day than most women have in their whole life. That was a brag I dreamed not of. And you definitely see all sorts of shapes and sizes. A lot of stuff I wish I could scrub from my brain. Yep, that's a standard, unfortunately. There's this one dude who had his whole business tattooed like a dragon. That was interesting. Seen a couple people with smiley faces on the heads, you know, fun stuff like that. All of it. Like the body and wings were up on his actual pelvis, but then the dragon's neck and then head were on his neck and head, if you know what I mean. Full color too. But hey, you will never find a position that makes you feel so much better about yourself as a man, and also worse at the same time, than doing that every day. Because we're talking like 60 to 90 guys a day. Fun stuff. Cindy, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Would you feel more safe as an officer at a max or min security prison?
Once you know what to expect, minimum, definitely. Because at a minimum, most of them know that, you know, if they fuck up too bad, they're going to lose their minimum status and have to go back to maximum. And, you know, lose whatever opportunities they had. So most of the time, they won't mess with you. Like, even if you're at a big prison. But, I mean, really, max isn't too bad. It's, again, really, honestly, just, I mean, you get what you give. So if you are respectful and polite and friendly to people, I mean, you're not going to win everybody over, but, I mean, they'll treat you back the same. You'll still get the couple guys that are, you know, hard asses and just hate you because you are what you are. A cop, as they say, even though, you know, not technically a cop. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, if you're a decent person and treat them like decent people, you're going to do just fine. Nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm not great at with the max side is obviously being maximum. You have to maintain a lot more control. So, like, they have a very specific, okay, this is the time you come out of your cells. This is the time you have to go back in, lockdown time. And so I'm not great with, like, all right, guys, lockdown time. You got to go back into your cells. So, oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to wear stab vest and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I find max is a lot more boring as far as your just normal day-to-day stuff. Just because, I mean, once it's a lockdown time or, you know, open day room time for them to come out and hang out, you're just kind of standing there. Like, there's nothing really to do. Whereas at the minimum, you can kind of wander around, just talk to people, go to each unit, see what's going on. And I like being able to do that because I hate, just like them, I hate being trapped on one cell run or unit. I mean, there is stuff I miss on occasion about being an officer, just because there's a lot more different kind of, well, I don't know. They're both, it's weird. There is and isn't more variety on your day to day. Yeah, and I mean that's something you got to do. But trying to corral them all down to the cell run so you can tell them, all right, go back in your rooms. It's a very frequent thing. Hey man, can I just go get fill up my ice bucket? Or hey, can I go grab this out of the day room? And me being the nice person that I am, I'm like, oh yeah, sure. I'll just take a second. Go ahead. So I end up spending 15 minutes doing a 2-minute order. I mean, pretty much. It's more like a big high school, really shitty high school. Daily positivity in gaming. Greetings. Yes, that is me to a T. So I'm very much the person. Oh, it doesn't take me a minute of my time to open your door and let you run and do this real quick, or you're just getting ice. It's not a big deal, which it's not. But the more you let people do that stuff, the less control you have, and then the more people try to do that and then ruin the schedule. And that's the big thing there is you have to keep the schedule down. So that part was rough for me. And as you can tell, I'm a very quiet person usually, so having to yell at people, go to your cell or whatever, go to your room, that kind of stuff, it's not easy for me. So another reason I'd prefer minimum over working max. All right, that really long hair. There we go. It's bugging me. El Monkey. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Donnie, welcome. How you doing, bud? Hell. Yeah, definitely a good game. Yeah, I enjoy it. I've played it since the original Oblivion when that came out. Because I'm old. It's weird playing the new version, but still cool. I like it. Oh, hey, I better repair my armor. But how you doing today, man? Anything fun and exciting going on for you? Oh, shit. Should have got more repair hammer. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get more repair hammers first. Nice. I tried a little bit of Daggerfall. That was rough. I did not get very far in that. I'm doing all right, thank you. Just chilling. Playing Oblivion. Ring. Yeah. Getting distracted with song requests. Right? I hear there's some really good mods you can get for Daggerfall that kind of update it a little bit and make it more playable. I haven't tried any of them, but that'd be really cool. Make it kind of more of a classic FPS instead of whatever the fuck it's got going on with your whole having to move the mouse to swing and all that weird shit. Damn it, where's the store? Well, yeah, Skyrim is still my number one favorite game of all time. Bar none. I was just here. Up top, maybe? Ah, here we go. There. Yeah, I managed to get out of the first dungeon into some random town, and that was... I wandered around for a little bit, and that was about it. Jimmy, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Shit, you don't even have any repair hammers? I thought this was an armorer. Right? Xmal, greetings, or Xmail, pardon me. How you doing today? No. Gondoran's Juggernaut. Juggernaut. Sounds interesting. I'm going to keep that just in case. Those. Ooh, I need to switch to that. Blades. 2, 2, 3, 2. Maybe not. Thank you. Doing all right so far. Just chilling. Playing some Oblivion. How's your day? Anything fun and exciting going on for you? Yes, it was. We got one more by Purity Ring playing next. Hell yeah, I haven't met anybody else who knows them. Welcome. I love me some Purity Ring. That's awesome. Man, I'm psyched now. You... Hell yeah, thank you. What, Hey, thank you for the follow, man. What, Purity Ring songs do you like? I haven't heard much of their new stuff, just kind of their original. We... Sleepy Dave, greetings and welcome. How's it going, bud? See you. My bad. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. Oh, shit. All right, that'll play next. You know any other games, artists like that? Witch pop, goth pop, whatever genre. Where'd he go?
Would you say it's worth playing Og Oblivion if I already 100% the remaster? Cause I wanna play it.
I mean, sure. Just for nostalgia's sake, really. I mean, with the mechanics they have in this new one, I think it's... I don't know if I'd say better, but if you played this first, it's better. The original Oblivion is definitely the step between Morrowind and this Oblivion. Ooh, that reminds me. Did you ever play Morrowind? That's the one I started on. That was actually my first RPG like that I ever played. Then I played Fallout 3. Yeah, good shit. Back in my day.
I have been waiting TBH. I wanna play the dub, but I am scared I won't like it as much ES4 lol.
The DE? I'm sorry, you'll have to clarify what DE is. Oh, gotcha. Hey, RPG Troll, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing tonight? Hey, thank you for the heart me and the Go Popular, man. I appreciate you. Much obliged, my friend. How you doing today? Anything fun and exciting going on for you? Yeah, doing all right so far. Just continuing my Elder Scrolls adventure. Hey, thank you for the shares. Appreciate it. Oh, excuse me. Apologies. I appreciate it, El Monkey. Wait a minute. Were you my gym partner in middle school? Get it? Like the Cartoon Network show?
I am young, but I am old enough to know that reference LMAO.
Hell yeah. Shime, welcome back.
Up there with Camp Lazlo for me.
Hell yeah. Camp Lazlo was interesting too. Definitely a couple years of good what the fuck TV shows on Cartoon Network. I whiffed it. Miss RPG Troll, greetings and welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? Oh. I almost got him again. Did I get him? I did not. They sure did. I think of some other good songs to queue up. Switch back down to the random royalty-free songs. You guys have any suggestions or recommendations for music? Just... Oh, Cat Dog. Never watched much Ren and Stimpy. That was more my older brother's thing. But Cat Dog was good. Ooh, Doug was good. Doug Funny. Ooh, that one. What's it called? Yeah, do... Shit. I think what it's called. Yeah. Anybody got any... I can't think of any more songs by Purity Ring. Let me just try... best songs? Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Hey, thank you for the follow, bud. Oh, we just heard this song, but oh well, still a good song. Yeah, back in before I was worked at a prison, Purity Ring and a Nice Bowl. It's good shit right there. Get some Taco Bell. Yeah. It's been a while, unfortunately. I wish. Damn, dude, you just got yeeted. Yeet. Sadly, state employee. Not that they've actually really ever done a UA on me, but one of those things you don't want to risk. But man, if I could get some, you bet your ass. I live in the driest of dry states. I'm sure we'll be the last to ever legalize. What? Yeah. Oh shit, the local PD actually raided and closed down one of our vape stores for a while for that Delta 8 stuff. That was the closest I got to enjoy for a while. And that was not great stuff, but better than nothing. Okay. I played like their greatest hits, so maybe that'll play on there. Redemption greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see that state being pretty strict as well. The hell? Did not give it to me yet? Oh, there it is. Ascendant Sigil. Gilbert, greetings. How's it going, bud? Meh. Let's load that. Nope. Close to, well, no, not really close. Closer to Mississippi, I guess. But, nope. All right, hang on just a second. But no, I'm not shy. I'm in Kansas, so even better. What? I needed control set. Sorry, trying to get one of my. Oh no shit! Nice. I'm very central Midwest myself. There we go. Right? Same shitty rules. There we go. Get a bit more of a vibe going here. Mathai, greetings. Oh, it helps to bring my screen back up so I can actually see the game. Right. Hooray for solid red. Nice. Oh shit, you're actually pretty close to my hometown then. I was originally from Olathe. So what, you're probably in Gardner area, maybe Overland Park? Nice. Damn, small world. That's cool. No! No! What happened to my music? Damn it. Nice.
I knew I'd vibe with you. It was the music law.
Hell yeah. Oh, holy shit, I skipped right back to almost the exact spot. That's cool. I forget what's east of Missouri. Oh, wait, you said Tennessee. Never mind. Sorry. You can call me Dory. I've got the memory of a retarded goldfish. Habib, greetings. Welcome to the stream. Salam. How's it going, bud? Oh, shit. I didn't even check what the new sigil stone I got was. It's magic. I don't care about Magicka. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. I tell you what. Oh no. What are you doing? Seriously? I just got a violation on TikTok for hate speech and hateful behavior. What in the actual fuck? And of course, no appeal option or anything like that. That's stupid. I am. Have you looked in a mirror? Wow. Fucking TikTok, man. Dude, regularly. I'll get shit like that. I'll get frequently, for some reason, I get scams and frauds. Sitting here just doing this. And it usually happens when I'm quiet too. Like I'm not even saying shit for a good 20 minutes. I'll randomly get a violation for scams and frauds. I'm like, what the fuck? But thank you. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, okay. What? I didn't even hit him. What? I did not hit her. I didn't hit her. Oh, hi, Mark. Bullshit. That's some grade A bullshit, Daddy. Not having a good time. Dino Bites. Greetings. Welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing tonight? Got this time. Whatever. I'm not doing it anymore. Oh my gosh. I like how I pressed it once, swung twice, and it takes long enough. Oh shit. Hey, thank you for the galaxy, man. Damn. Thank you very much, monkey. That is awesome, W. I appreciate you, bud. You know what? You guys can handle him on your own. I'm not helping anymore. King's Empire, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Thank you. Man, that is so cool. I appreciate you. Miss RPG, welcome back. Oh, thank you. It means a lot. I do appreciate it. Honestly, it's just not nice having people to talk to, because otherwise streaming is super boring. Like, might as well just be playing by myself, playing with myself, either way. But I appreciate it very much. If I Hede, I don't know how to say your name, but welcome. How's it going? Hey, thank you for the likes again, Jimmy. Hell yeah. What you playing? Hell yeah, that's a great game. I've got that as well. Like Age of Empires 2, but I also like, if you ever played it, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Basically, more or less a reskin of Age of Empires for Star Wars. More or less. Yeah. Oh, dude. It's only like $5 too on Steam. 5 or 10 at most. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. It's old, so it's, I mean, right when Episode 2 released, I think. But yeah, it's awesome. Bao Hong, ni hao, welcome to the stream. Hell yeah. Hey, right on, Jimmy. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Hope you have a great one. Look forward to seeing you again soon, man. Hey, thank you for the donut. Sorry, I'm writing feedback for that violation since I can't appeal. There we go. What? Guys, it is snowing. It is not hailing. Yeah, I agree. It's one of those shitty things too, though. It's like, where else can you find this much community and still, you know? Well, yeah, no, that's about it. Where else can you find this kind of community? Like Twitch is nice, but it's hard to get people to stop by, and it's just gaming for the most part, which is nice, but I like people who are interested in other things too. Not that I really ever do other lives, but you know, the rules suck, and their shitty AI detection system sucks. By the way, if you ever feel like it, just for shits and giggles, you can go to my website, yourfreakshow.com, and get cool merch like my hat and my shirt that I designed. It's and Your Freak Show. And then it's also got my original logo here that I designed with the words in Latin, Esto benignus et equus. I can't even read it. Ergo omnis et invenius, pardon me, contentum, which is be kind to all and you shall find content. But I've also got other, like, sorry, forgive the plug here. I never actually do this. So I got my hoodie with my more modern design. There we go. And tons of other cool stuff. YourFreakShow.com. Check it out. That's all I got to say about that. I very rarely ever even mention the website. So, sorry, you just got lucky. Oh, ooh, ooh. There we go. I don't think I've heard this one. Jehona, greeting. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I like how it's a light bow, but it weighs 22 pounds. That makes sense. Why is Dremora shit so heavy? Oh, damn. Thank you for all the donuts. Damn, donuts and a galaxy. I appreciate you very much, man. Thank you. Let's see. That, or that, or that, or that.
I like your content. What can I say, man?
Well, hey, I appreciate it. I feel like it's subpar most of the time. I am more talkative tonight and last night than usual, but always helps when you got people in the chat to actually talk to. But I appreciate you very much. It's my new quest. I need to figure out how to start the Shivering Isles quests, because I want to do that.
You're getting to this like gold. My fingers are falling off IDC.
Well, thank you. And thank you for 6.8K likes. And all the gifts. Damn. I appreciate the love, man. Didn't know they had a cover of this song. Interesting. Is there like a level lock for the Shivering Isles? You know? I guess I am only a level 5, but I didn't think it was that high of a level. Fuck. Oh, you. Styrbjorn. You're gonna die. That's what I thought. But I went over to where the island was and had like one of those stupid invisible walls. Oh. Wow, super helpful. Pretty brave of him. Just come out and say, "Hey, I'm a pickpocket." Hey, Oathless, welcome back, bud. ENW Druid, greetings. No, I have not. That's what I'm trying to get rumors for. How's it going, Oathless? Off of work now, I hope? Hell yeah. That'd be cool. What's your plans for the new PC? Talk to him. Dang. Ooh, nice. CSD, greetings. So welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Oh, damn, that's not bad. Come up with an extra 500 and you're good. Nice. So does that mean you're going to actually start streaming again? Oh, let me try again. Well, that'd be cool. Are you going to live stream some of your VR chat exploits? Very. Yeah, that'd be cool too. That's the Nibbit Island, right? Or wait, is it? I don't remember now. Oh, it is that. Well, that would be why then. Hey, thank you for the sunglasses. Oh, tried. Almost had me. Thank you for the sunglasses, man. I appreciate you. Aha, there she is. Cheese for everyone. Wait, scratch that. Cheese for no one. Splooge. Nice. Well, that'll be a nice break at least. A strange door. So what are you going to do with the rest of your day? And I do wish it was kind of like Morrowind, where you could get the boots of blinding speed. And then also equip something with water walking. Meow. Yay! You're right. You're not there. Hate it when the doors make noises. Hell no. I'm going straight in. Yeah, well, that's his problem. He didn't bring any cheese wheels.
LMAO, I saw this new game Lantern of Lockless Saint and it's like Morrowind.
Really? Ah. There we go. Nice. Okay, take your time. Freaking Scavin. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hi, Haskell. Haskell. There we go. Back when I used to smoke, I would always save right here. Because I liked the scene where the room dissolves around you into butterflies or moths or whatever they are. Like on Far Cry 3, when you first take the mushroom. Landon, greetings. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? All right, what side do you guys think? Mania or Dementia?
Lies of P DLC and Elden Ring DLC are my favorite DLC of all time.
Nice. I haven't played Lies of P or the DLC for Elden Ring. Played a little bit of Elden Ring, but that was about it. Shreddy, greetings and welcome. Greetings, blank. Welcome to the stream. All right, so what do you think? Did I go through the Mania side or Dementia side?
They're good, but you honestly have to hate yourself to a certain point to play them.
Yeah, I've never done so great on the Dark Souls games. Like, I got super close to beating the first one, but couldn't get past the last, like, where you've got all the doors right there and you face each of the final bosses. I think I got close with 2 as well, but not very. Damn, thank you guys for 7.5K likes. I appreciate it. Oh, hey, pick your song. Oh, that is my music. Oh, I was tripping out there for a second. Thought somebody was banging on the wall. Ross, greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going tonight? Okay, it's the right version. If that's too loud, by the way, let me know. I can turn it down.
Maybe like 5% cause I can hear you fine, but game audio is gone kinda.
There we go. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. I can also that up a little bit too. Right from the source. Yes. What is it? Every day. You know, I thought I was the only one. Safe, welcome back.
The dialogue of this game is funny, I live for it.
Right? It's been a long time since I played the Shivering Isles, too. I think last time was on the original Oblivion. I'm excited. Which sucks, because I'm not going to be on for much longer tonight, because I got to work at, well, I got to get up at, like, 6:30, 7. But fear not, I will be on again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Oh, nailed it. Right? Yeah, you can only get so used to 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day. Bye. I'll give it until 2, which is an hour and a half later than I want it to be, but find myself in good company. Cities of the future, take what we can and bring it back home. So take me down to the cities of the future. Everybody's happy and feel at home. Oh, good. At least I'm not the only one going to be miserable then. Misery loves accompanying. Michael Medina, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? Well, that's why he's not getting his blessing. He needs cheese. I want one of those. A bust of Shogora. Another song. I need like a 3 or 4 day weekend. Be nice. The hell? Did I not get the arrows from him? Damn, I already got him. Jared Icefangs, come back. Sorry, J-Red. Rod, hey, welcome to the stream, bud. Long time no see. How you doing? Oh. Oh. Hey, thank you very much for 10K likes, man. Hell yeah, thank you very much. You are a deity among men. Us mortals cannot measure up to your magnificence. And thank you for the share. Shares. Hey, XVBNS, greetings and welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Same. Don't worry. Oroshima, greetings and welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Doing tonight? Oh, damn. Chase it. Oh, shit. Thank you so much. Wow. I don't think I've seen that one before. Thank you. That is awesome, man. I'm very much obliged. Man, I always feel bad getting ready to get off stream, too, especially when people are nice enough to give gifts like that. Thank you. And that is awesome. Thank you for chasing the dreams. Much obliged.
I swear my phone camera watches me because I just got off playing this game and then this pops up. FYP is freaky.
It absolutely is. It's as bad as Facebook, I swear. But welcome, Jonathan. How's it going tonight? I always hate that. You're talking about something with friends and then get on Facebook and you see ads for it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm very glad to have you, bud. Gifts or not, I'm glad to have you. Yeah, always having fun. Especially playing Oblivion. Great game. What part are you on? Indeed. Ooh. Ooh. Hell yeah. So you're playing the, I guess, linear version. All right. Well, hey, thank you again so much for being here, bud. I'll look forward to seeing you again soon. Well, thank you. And I hope you have a great night and great day tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you too. And again, thank you for everything. Lady, could you look somewhere else? You're creeping me out. Jade and Tuba Man and Baja Man Blast. Greetings and welcome to the stream, guys. How you doing? Yeah, I'm taking a little break from it. I got a tiny bit burnt out on it. I'll probably play this again tomorrow and maybe the next day, but then I'll probably go back to Crimson Desert for a while again. But how are you doing? What you been up to today? Been a pretty chill night so far, at least. Nice. I forget, did you say the other day that you've beaten it already, or are you still working through it? CSD, greetings and welcome back. How goes it, bud? Oh, gotcha. So are you doing all the side stuff before doing the main quests? Oh, I gotcha. I haven't even unlocked the the magic or whatever that is yet. Do you think they make a pretty big difference gameplay wise or damage wise, as it were? Oh, that's kind of disappointing. So are they like actual spells you cast, or are they just like weapon enchantments? Back it up here. Volcano gloves. That sounds cool. Goliath, greetings and welcome to the stream. Oh, 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 oh! I thought he died. Shit. And he's dead. Problem solved. Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of the bow in Crimson Desert. Like, I don't like the just kind of auto lock like that. And then the manual aim is just kind of meh. Like, it doesn't seem like there's much location specific damage. Like, I'd expect a headshot to pretty near kill him. But no. I guess still like a two shot, but still. Dude, I had to redo the bow mini game for that like probably a dozen times. I was not great at that. Like, and I thought I was nice and quick, but damn, I don't know how they can just instant target the targets. Oh, dude. Exactly. Same here. Dregs, greetings. Welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing tonight? Let's see. Let's repair up, and I somehow managed to get through all three of them, but I didn't go any further than that. It was weird too, because the hand-to-hand mini game, like the arena thing, was super easy. Like, I just kind of button mashed my way through it and just kept winning and winning. But yeah, the arrow or bow and arrow, that. Oh hell yeah. All right, but I got to work in like 5 hours, so I am gonna go ahead and. Yeah, I agree. I like the unarmed, and then just the grapples and like tossing people. I love the tossing. That's fun. But right on. I appreciate you coming around, man. I will play some Crimson Desert here in the next probably 2 days or so. But thank you so much for being here. And for everybody else, as always, in case I don't see you,